white old sinner, no chips left on this shoulder, no pride in growing older. But when your borrowed time is through, I'll be with you. Redemption Blue.
All right, so we are here, as you can see, the new logo shirt came in today. Pretty happy with it. Very, very comfortable. Quality is really nice. So super happy. I was kind of concerned about it. I just realized I need to add another audio input capture. There we go. But yeah, the new logo. You can pick up your own at if you click on about, it'll actually take you to where you can purchase one. And I'm going to switch over to the desktop cam here. And let's put that over there. So this is what we're working on today. Basically, I'm trying to come up with a scene and get a set going that we can do some animation, and then we'll take the animation. We'll actually be doing it in Maya, and we'll be pulling that over to Blender. And once we get that done, then we should be good. So I'm just trying to figure out at this point what I want to do as far as if I want to throw some more curtains over here, which I think I will. We do need to put a door, and then most likely I'll be adding like a fence out here, use HDRI to light the scene, and just try to get some nice lighting going on. It is meant to be kind of cold, so I may go with a lighter wood grain for the floor, possibly tile. But yeah, so far I kind of like the where it's going here. Take this and we'll hide it. So what I did here was I went ahead and I just took a plane and subdivided it, which it looks like we're penetrating the wall a little bit. So I'm going to take this one I'm going to come down here and I'm going to add a collision. Collisions. Okay. So we'll come back to the beginning. So you can see where the curtain starts. I'm gonna go ahead and play that. I think right about here, right about 80 is where I want to freeze that transform. And I also want to set these as collision. So I'll do a collision on that. On this one, we'll set up a collision too. And let's come back here and we'll play. And in that way it keeps it from actually intersecting with the little bookshelf that we have. And we're going to do the same thing for another one like this. We're going to go ahead and do it but the opposite direction. So we don't need that at the moment. Kind of zoom out here. So add a plane. And let's see, did I name that? Okay, so that's going to be curtain. And for this one, rotate on X 90 degrees. Scale that up a little bit. So I'm trying to make it roughly the same shape. Put it kind of in the same place. There we go. And then what we'll do is we're going to subdivide this, and we're going to set it to smooth, and we're going to use a, what do you call it there, vertex group, and then we're going to use the shape key to just offset it, and then we're going to animate the shape key. So actually what I want to do is I'll apply the scale. And apply the rotation. And then we're going to come over to material. I'm going to add a new material. And let's go into edit mode. Select that, edit mode. And we're going to subdivide. Say 10. I'm going to select these here. I'm kind of debating, yeah, I'll actually do 11. So subdivide 11. That way we get alternating. Come down to our control vertex. Do curtain to rod, assign that. Add cloth to it. And go under shape, rod. Now when we play it, get that one moving. Stiffness. Now that's going to be our base. So we'll create another shape key. Set the value to 1. Hide the left one. that in. Move that over. And I actually need to create another vertex group. We'll assign that, and then in the vertex group we'll do shape to animate. So now you can see how that pulls. So we'll take this, insert a keyframe, go out to 30. Go to 1, insert a keyframe. So now you get kind of the basic idea. So we'll come back here and we need to do some settings. So on here, add subdivision surface modifier, put that above. Do simple. I think I set that for 3. I might have set it to 2. And 40. And we shade smooth. Yeah, I think I set it to 2, possibly. So we'll rerun that. And then we'll put that back. And we'll take a look at the rendered view of it. And the reason that I was going for the, like, kind of the stone blue, or the stone washed blue, was so we could have kind of a cold-ish interior. And there's a little asymmetry, which I like that. I think on this one, name that wall. Take this, really kind of brighten it up. Because again, we want to go ahead and get it to where it's looking really good. But we want it to feel cold. And I know that there's a, I think it's Control R. We'll save the scene first, just in case. So let's try it. Control R, Control Shift R. It'll be under rendering. Render. Yeah, there's like a render border. So you can basically drag a selection and it'll just render that selection. And it's usually a little faster too. If we use trying to see if we use HDRI. How that's going to look. Maybe too much. We'll use Scene World. At least for now. And while that's going, I'm going to take a quick peek. And see.
chips left on this shoulder, no pride in growing older. But when your borrowed time is through,
Because I know it used to be like Control B.
redemption blue.
Alright, we'll do that. So solid, Control B. Because this is the area I really want to have a look at.
No man can truly outlast all the mistakes of his past. There's no haven here for me that's safe from my memories. But when your borrowed time
The one thing I don't like about this is I need to move the glass because it has this line right here and it looks like it's coming out of the glass. So we definitely want to change that. So we'll do Control Alt B, clear the mask. We're going to scale that up just a little bit. Move that a little over there. And if you guys have any questions or anything like that, feel free. And of course, we're going to modify this a bit. So I might even go a little bit bigger. And something that we may also do, might also go through and adjust some of the bump mapping so it gives something to reflect. Right. Just check a couple things here. Let's check this again. Just go to render view. Because I wanted to go with like a depression glass. And I may add some thickness just to see how well that's going to work. Because I like this, but I think that going ahead and getting a clean render on it, we may actually have to change that. Edit this. The cube. Off. Scale it down. That down here. Excuse me. And for this, probably want to go in and turn clipping off just for a second.
Just a title sinner, no chips left on this shoulder, no pride in growing older, but when you're
Scale that down.
I'll be with you. Redemption blue.
All right, that works. So this one over here, we're going to delete. Move that over.
No man can truly outlast all the mistakes of his past. There's no haven here for me that's safe from my memories. But when you're
Pull that out just a little.
I'll be with you. Redemption.
That gives us our two different items here.
I'll be with you.
And then on here, let's turn clipping back on. And we'll see what it looks like. Because what I'm already thinking is I'm probably going to go ahead and change the color, be a little bit richer, and do like maybe a bright white glass. And I may actually go with a car shader, really, to get it to stand out. And I think once we get some plants and stuff like that too in there, that's going to make a difference as well. Yeah, I don't like how it really fades in. So yeah, I think we'll go ahead and do that. We'll take this shader here. We'll split this off. Because this is actually going to be part of a set for an animation. So the diffuse here, we can bump that up. Give it just a hint of blue. And then we'll go with input. We don't want that one. Light path? No. Layer weight. That's it. So that goes into transparency. So we want to move that back a little. There we go. So we'll take a look at this one. Over here.
My time is drawing thinner. I'm just a tired old sinner. No chips left on this shoulder. No pride in growing older. But when your borrowed time is through,
Now I think that looks better. I think what we could do is throw a glossy on it.
no man can truly outlast all the mistakes of his past. There's no haven if
And then if we take this,
that's safe from my memories. But when your borrowed time is through, I'll be with you. Redemption blue. I'll be with you. Redemption I'll be with you.
and then again, just kind of exploring some options here. And what I may even do, because I like the color that we're getting here, it's on the actual vase that I'm having kind of an issue. So I think if we go ahead, move the transparency up one, move the translucency up, or transparency and the translucency up one, then we mix this in. That'll give us more of what I'm looking for. Yeah, I like that. Hey, what's going on, Alex? How you doing, man? Yeah, I definitely like that. So I'm going to tone it down a bit and maybe go more towards like a creamy white. And see how that comes out. Because we're getting a really nice look on the glass here. But the only thing that I don't want to do is I don't want this to really like drop so far into the curtain that we don't notice that it's there. So I may throw kind of reddish orange hue to it. Kind of. There we go. Just something to break it up. And I may work on this shader a lot more. But I like how it's neutral. And I may adjust the angle of the light too, so that the light is kind of coming in from this direction. And, you know, kind of hitting just a corner or something like that to show us that there's something there. We'll go ahead and we'll take this and clear the bounding box too. So something also that I was thinking about as far as modeling wise is maybe adding something right here for like a record player. And I'm not sure if I want to do like a old record player with a big horn on it and stuff. Or if I want to do like a... Growing up, I had like this record player, but it was maybe 6 feet long and maybe a couple feet deep. And the lid on it actually pulled up, and then you had the record player, you had like an 8-track and things like that. They were all enclosed underneath this lid, and it had a couple of big speakers on the sides. And so I'm thinking, because this is an older home, or the owner is older, I'm thinking about maybe doing that, but I don't think that it would be as recognizable as it would be if it was like one of the early phonographs. So I think possibly on this, because even though the peach offsets, I think I might go something a little bit lighter, and then take this more to the blue side. Go blue. Kind of like that. Let's check this one out, see what's going on here. Now that really stands out. I like that a lot. So yeah, I'll stick with this one. I may actually work on adjusting some of the stuff too, as far as the reflection, the refraction, maybe even add some transparency or more transparency to it, so that way we can kind of see through it and have it light up, but not in such a way that it's going to overpower the scene. So if I clear that, I just kind of want to get an idea how powerful the colors are. Yeah, now they're too powerful. So let's work on that a little bit. See if we pull this in even just a little bit more. Go to solid, and then we'll do a render of it again, just to make sure nothing was cached in there. Yeah, I think that stands out, but still it's not so harsh. So yeah, I like that. So that'll definitely work. I was just double checking. Yeah, because there's going to be like some wilting flowers and stuff like that. And I'm not going to use this angle because this edge right here is straight on. So I may angle it just a little bit more so that way we can see like this outer side here and not have it, you know, look weird. Because right now it looks like there's something missing. And I may pull these curtains back a little bit so that way we can see a little bit of the reflection in the mirror, in the window. Well, I guess we get a little bit right here, which that's okay. And we're going to want to add a couple additional things to it as well. So probably do like a picture or a couple pictures. And then the idea is to, over in this area here, have a chair with books in it and things like that. So when you initially look at the scene, you know, you get kind of a cold feeling, which is pretty much the reason for the muted colors and all that stuff. And then we'll create a windowsill. I'm kind of debating if I want to go with cutting this window here and adding like two side windows, smaller side windows. I'm not really sure on that yet. But yeah, I like the colors. I think that's coming along decent. Grab this. Separate that. See if we can't grab it here. There we go. So scale that on the X. Then I want to dissolve the vertice here, which is kind of a nice thing in Blender, is you can take any vertice and you can dissolve it instead of deleting it and then trying to reattach and all that stuff. These. What up? And I'm trying to get used to Blender transform orientation. There used to be a transform I'm sure there probably still is. But where there was a transform around the origin, the selected mesh edit mode, shading measurement normals. Yeah, I'm not sure where it is. Extrude that a little bit. Fill that in. Do the same with these. Fill that. And the reason that I'm doing it this way and leaving some space is I want to actually add a little bit to the sides here as a decorative window. And I do want to leave a little bit of space above and below, so that way it kind of, and maybe make the door a little crooked, just to give the idea that, you know, it's not well taken care of. So now that we have this door, let's see if we can't add a few things here. Select that. Delete the faces. There we go. I get so used to working in ZBrush or Maya. And it's just like totally forget the hotkeys. That. Fill that. We'll come in here, we'll add a cut. And we'll do another one. I'll go to face mode. I'll just select these faces. And then we'll delete faces. Come into edge. Select these edges here. And do the same. And I've actually been considering going ahead and picking up some paint as well. and then doing some of the Bob Ross stuff. Like do kind of a follow along with Bob Ross. Somebody's running a channel that's basically all the old Bob Ross videos. So I was thinking about doing that. I think it'd be fun for, you know, 1 or 2 streams. Assign some class to that. Yeah, and then on here, on the sides, we can actually add some stuff. No, dude, it didn't. Like, check it out. I'll go to Basecamp so you can see. So yeah, here's the, if I can maneuver, the new shirt. So super excited about it, and it's really soft. Thanks, I appreciate it. And then on the back, so I put my Twitch stuff on the back of it. Thanks. Greatly appreciated. But yeah, I definitely like the shirt. I've been having a lot of fun. A buddy of mine picked one up too. And he actually just got his today as well. He ordered it at the same time. So we've been like talking about it because he got a different version of it. I think he got the premium one, and I ended up getting the heather gray or something. It looks black on camera, but yeah, he was really excited. And like I said, I mean, I really like the fabric of it. They did a really good job. And it's, you know, my concern was like when they were going to go ahead and do it so quick that they were going to do like a really bad, you know, like those iron-on patches, or not patches, but the iron-on stickers that you get when you're a kid, and you put them on t-shirts and they'd wear off in like 2 washes. That's what I was afraid was going to happen. So when I got it, like the quality of it, of the actual ink and stuff, is really, really good. But yeah, I'm really happy with it. I'm planning on ordering off my store. If you go to the About section, you'll see it as well. There's a coffee cup which, I mean, you know me and drinking coffee. So I'm thinking about picking up the coffee cup, but most definitely I'm thinking about picking up the stainless steel tumbler and the water bottle. Because I think that that's going to look really, really nice. It looks nice on the image. And if the quality is anything like what I ended up getting in the t-shirt, yeah, I'd be more than happy. Oops. Wrong one. There we go. Hit the wrong button. But yeah, I was totally excited about it. Actually, delete the face here. How was your stream, man? Looked like you're having a pretty good one. Oh, nice. What's this week's assignment? Whoa. All right, there we go. Make sure that the sunlight's coming through that door, which looks like we're getting that coming through now. So you did, let's see if I remember. I think the first 2 or 3 weeks, I think you're still on the bouncing ball, because I think week 1 is your planning, week 2 is doing the bouncing ball, and then like week 3 is you're adding rotation and stuff like that to it. Yeah, post it in my Discord, like what you have so far. I'd like to see it. Because, well, it may be wrapping up the bouncing ball. This week is planning to. Last week was just gesture drawing and posing. Okay. Yeah. So last week you were posing, not Stuart. Stewie.
I'm just a title sinner. No chips left on this
Yeah, yeah.
no pride and growing older.
Yeah, because I.
When your borrowed time is through.
Was it Stewart or Stewie? Because Stewie is the one that's the ball on the head, and then it has like the three-piece center, and then the little ball for the knees, and the Muppet hands. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, because the first time when I went through, we did Stewart, or Stewie, and Stewie had kind of like the mitten hands, and then we did that, and we had to pose him in different poses, basically trying to show emotion, you know, exhaustion, excitement, you know, things like that. Yeah, yeah. I know Stuart has the Muppet hands. I know like Aya and the characters like that, they actually have full hands with independent fingers. So I saw that and I was like, yeah, I need to do more body mechanics before I get into the acting part, because I wanted to make sure that the body mechanics were solid, which is what I'm doing this for. Okay, yeah, let me check it out. Let's see. Is it okay if I show this on stream? Are you alright with that? Okay. So let's see. I really like the curve that you have going here. I think what I'd do, because this foot looks a little broken, is I might angle this down just a little. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'd angle that down a little bit. Maybe push this a little bit more. And the shoulders look kind of broken too a little bit. Was that similar to what your mentor was saying too? That, not adjust the hips so they're a little more forward. Yeah. Yeah, it's like 90-degree angle right here. I mean, it's not bad at all. The thing you have to keep in mind though. Yeah, right here. Yeah, there's some definite weirdness going on, like right in this area. But yeah, one big thing that I would take a look at too is, yeah, there are. They're bend bows. Basically, instead of, like, for the feet and the hands, I use IK. So we'll actually flip over to Maya real quick. And let me hide this guy. And then reference in we actually want to go before see body mechanics, general assets, I think. Stewart, yep. Make sure it did grab all the textures. No, it didn't. Anyway, so what I typically do is I'll only on the root control or the cog, I'll go ahead and I'll adjust just the translation. I'm not adjusting anything else. So, you know, I'll adjust the up, down, you know, side movement, front and back. So if you, oops, I'm still on Blender shortcut keys. Yeah, it's easier if you don't. I mean, that's just my personal workflow. Or Blender. So if you select these controls right here, you'll see where it says FK IK blend. Flip that to 1, you notice that now it's IK, whereas opposed to this, it's FK. Depends on what your mentor wants you to do, though. The thing I like about IK is, where do you go? Object mode. I don't know why I'm in this. Okay. Whoops, I hit G. That's why. I gotta switch, stop switching in between scenes, or in between Blender and Maya. Alright. So basically with this, I can start, you know, going with a pose. E to rotate. And then if I need to adjust the arm or the elbow, so I can go W and say that I want him on the phone. So you see how the elbow is kind of pooched? Yeah, exactly. So what you can do here, this is the nice thing. I want the elbow down here. And then I can just, you know, put him over here. Up, hit Z. Blender shortcuts. So I can adjust the hand how I want it. And then I just, yeah, kind of adjust. Yeah, it makes it pretty quick. Because otherwise, I mean, there's pros and cons, you know, like anything. So in this, you know, I can put his elbow down here. And then I can adjust. You know, and it's just a solid, like, it's right there. And the other thing too is when you're doing walk cycles, FK hands are a lot easier, because with these, let me turn, okay, that is turned off. So switching between IK and FK is good, and you can animate this. So the way that you animate it is you set a key on the IK-FK blend at 0, or whatever key. So we'll set one here, and then I'll go to the next frame, frame 2, and I'll flip this. So you'll see it switches between them. And there's a snap to IK-FK. That sometimes works. Sometimes it doesn't. You'll find that with this rig. But if you run into the issues with the snapping, a way to do it is you can go ahead and you can take like one of the control points, and then you can parent a locator to it, and then, or constrain a locator to it. And then once you do that, it's in the reference area, reference in tutorials or something, or reference in demos, but that'll give you your lock rot, so your location and your rotation, and then you remove the constraint on it, and it leaves it in place, and then you can go ahead and say, you know, put it here. So for instance, you know, if I had this flipped over here, I could take the wrist control, and then I could take a locator, and I can constrain that locator to it. Still working on buttons. So you go under rigging, and there's locator. Yeah, it won't be after a bit, because I think you'll get into props and stuff like that when you get into your next class. So it's definitely something good to know. And like I said, if you can get Nicole Hare, she's out at Disney, I think. And she was my instructor for class 2. Yeah, she was my instructor for class 2, because then I had Steve Cunningham for class 3. She is awesome, and she will tell you, like, at the very beginning of class, like, constraints are her thing. And she's not joking when she says that. But yeah, especially doing your walks and stuff in this class, what I would do is throw a box in there, scale it up, and then just set the box to where it's just touching the foot. Like that. And then that way you can take this IK control, move it wherever. But then you know, basically you can come right back and throw it right back in place. So don't be afraid to use like extra primitives and stuff either. That's really going to help you. Because I've done that multiple times. You know that shot that Stuart sits on the couch and his hand kind of bounces a little bit? That one, that took me forever. And it was really getting on my nerves because it goes from FK to IK back to FK, and I had to make sure that each of the sections, because the IK FK wasn't working, that switch that I was showing you. So when I was doing that, like, it was causing some issues, but then I would go through and I use just a primitive like what I'm showing you here and set it. I was using a cone, set it right where I needed the hand to be, and drop the hand in there, and everything went fine. So that's a little animation trick. And also, if you want to get a heads up on animation, under the About section as well on my Twitch, I'm actually going to be working with Mike Walling of Real Monster. Not associated or any way, shape, or form. He's actually going to come on stream, and I was mentioning to you earlier, he's going to do a Q&A and also look at different shots and stuff. If you want, what you can do is do your poses, and then once you do your poses, let me know. You know, like if you're getting to a class where you have your blocking and then you're polishing, or you're planning, blocking, and then your blocking plus, and then your polish, then let me know, and I can set up a time with Mike to where he can come on stream, talk a little bit about his course, and then, you know, be able to get you some pointers and stuff on yours. Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, you're always welcome to hop in and, or, you know, message me on Discord and say, hey, you know, you want to take a look at this, throw it on Sync Sketch, or throw it on the Animation Mentor student site, and I'll take a look at it for you. But on the body selectable, where is it here? Sculpt Controls on. So now you have all these little sculpt controls. So you can take these and kind of, you know, if you get some weirdness, You can kind of move things around a little bit. On the feet, it should be stretchy leg. I thought there was something on there as well. Might be under proxy. Yeah, that looks more like what you had, where the legs were kind of tweaked like that. Were you working in proxy? Okay. So yeah, the way that you can fix that? No? Because yeah, the way that you can fix that is going from proxy to low, and it fixes that. So I'm gonna basically, yeah, it's the thing with that is it kind of does the whole resolution, or changes the resolution. So what I was saying on yours was, you know, like the foot, and actually you had this foot up here. So I'll take the pull vector for that, move that forward. I'll take that. Take that one. And definitely watch when you're trying to think of what I'm saying here. So when you're working with the feet, if the feet are off the ground, then translation and rotation. If the feet are on the ground, like here, then there's a control for the heel twist and all that stuff. So like the foot roll you'll use a lot. And you see how the foot roll leaves your toe on the ground and it picks the heel up. And then if we take him and drop him down a little bit, then you can see, yeah, we're starting to get a nice curve here. Yep. Yeah, so you definitely want the foot roll in there. Take the knee, move it out. The foot, whatever direction the knee is, the foot's gonna follow. And you see how it's starting to look broken here? One of the ways that you can tell is instead of it coming straight down and kind of giving a nice curve here, you get where it's starting to come down, then you got a lump, and then it continues. That takes care of it. Yep. Yeah. And that happens. It's more common than you would think. push that foot roll. And by the way, if you accidentally do the foot brake, then it screws up your foot roll. Don't do that. I did that one time. Couldn't figure out what was wrong. Like I said, the short of it, don't do that. So I might do like 60, 45. I want the hand. So if this leg is forward, take the rotation, zero it out. Oops, wrong one. And then just the opposite. Actually going to move that to IK. So just keep in mind, if one hand is forward, or one hand's back, the opposite leg is back. Forward, opposite leg forward. So that gives you kind of an idea. Yeah, and then if we wanted to really push him further, we could take and what you're looking for here is you're looking for a nice arc. About there. And then you'd come in and just adjust. So that way you kind of see you're getting kind of a curve here. And then through here, remember your spine is always like the biggest thing to watch for. And something else you might not have known is, just adjust that. Something else you might not have thought about. Oh. Yeah. Took me a second. So the hips. Make sure if the leg's forward, hip forward. Because it has weight, you're going to tip it too. So whatever leg has the weight on it, you're going to put that weight, because you would think, like, if you're lifting up your leg, then you would think, you know, you're lifting up and you're pulling, but we're lazy. So we don't, we kind of lean and then we drag our other foot, which is why it's so close to the ground. And the other thing that your mentor will mention is keeping a nice clean silhouette. And something interesting to do Yep, exactly. Something else that you might not have known, though. I'll take this and just delete it. So we have Stuart, you know, kind of in a pose that is somewhat decent. And take his arm and kind of... Here's a neat trick. After I delete the block. You want to see what your silhouette is? Hit 7. There you go. There's your silhouette. Now, I don't know if you knew about that, but actually that was a bug. Yep. Yeah, I saw the one that you had where the silhouette was up in the corner. But this is a really, really great way of checking silhouette. And it was actually a bug in Maya. But because so many animators used it for silhouettes, they went ahead and left it. Right. And it also helps with like trying to figure out your camera angles. Excuse me. You know, like this would be a really good silhouette here. And then, yeah, you just 5 or 6 or whatever to go back in. But yeah, it definitely works. And it's like something that I really enjoy doing. You know, because it helps so much. Especially when you're looking at it and you start getting shot blind. And you're like, man, you know, where am I going with this? But yeah, don't forget you can select the bottom, go up here to body resolution, go to proxy, and then if you select the little plus, you can basically turn everything off. So if you just want to focus on Stuart himself and you want to focus on, you know, when you're walking, you hit and then your body kind of overlaps. So if you want to get the right, movement in the hips and everything, then what you can do is you turn on the legs, and then you can really have everything else turned off. And then you can take, just this here, and, you can start going through and animating, like, the main poses that you want to hit are going to be the pass, so moving back here. So there's a pass, more or less. You want your contacts, and that's pretty much it. So your contact pose, where your feet are, at their extremes, the contact, or the passing, and then the contact again, that'll get you the majority of the way there on a walk. And then you do your, like, your up, your down, and you add those in, and you can block out a shot really fast. Something that Steve Cunningham had told us was to go through and get a metronome, and I still need to download that. But the metronome gives you your beats for the actual shot. And he had it figured out to where a typical walk, if you're out somewhere watching people just walk around, time it. Hold up your watch or whatnot and put it on a stopwatch. And when the person hits their contact pose, start your stopwatch. And you'll be able to count. The average person is about 24 frames from here up and back. That one cycle is usually about 24 frames, or 1 second. So if you go through and you figure, okay, 1 second walk, I know, I can break that down on, 1:13:26. And then you have those key poses. So you know that 1 and 26 are going to be the same pose, and 13 is going to be inverted. So then you take and you break that down, and you go in between those. And you just keep breaking it down. And don't forget your, like when your foot connects, it's down the next frame. And then 1 or 2 frames later, depending on the style you're going for, you put your toe down. And then that'll give you like the characters, flop. So you see some characters in like Disney or Pixar or whatnot, they'll have the really floppy feet, and all they're doing with the toe tap is they'll give an extra frame or so, maybe 2, depending on how floppy the feet are. And then that'll give you the illusion that your character is just, throwing their feet around and all that stuff. Yeah, I can definitely help you out. Zero all this stuff out. And it's really good to do your animation in the proxy mode. So like I said, you go here on your root control, set it to proxy. And it's really good to do this because this will help you a lot when you're working with Stuart. Notice what happens to the leg when you overextend it. See how it breaks apart? And then when we go ahead and we get him back, it doesn't. That's going to save you from hyperextending your legs. Because one of the tendencies is people will get them like up in their pose here, in their passing. So we'll go ahead and we'll take the foot roll off. Bring him back down. There may, you know, give him a little swing to his walk. And you see how I'm checking to make sure that we have him over center. So you want to make sure that he has his weight over the center. Now I'll just go ahead and key all this. Make sure you use auto key. Important. Now come up here. Actually, I'll take the rotation on that, zero it out. And the other thing too is make sure when you're doing your animation, oh, I'm at Y. So make sure when you're doing your animation that you don't go like fully straight. Because if you go fully straight, you'll inevitably end up with a knee pop. And then we go to foot roll. Toe tap. Then we'll go one frame forward. Go zero. And we'll go a couple frames forward. Zero. Set a key on that one. Back here. Select all that, set a key. And to give you kind of a better idea, We'll move that out a little bit more so you really see what's going on. So see how the foot kind of... Hey, Talon, what's going on? So you see how the toe raise, or the toe tap, really affects it. And then you just use your foot roll. It's going good. And actually, I got the t-shirt in. So new logo. There you go. So new t-shirt. Thanks, man. Yeah, I just kind of been goofing. Yeah, not a problem, man. And like I said, for those who didn't know, I know I told you, Angry, I'm gonna set up a time where we can do a live Q&A. Caldon, I know that you've been wanting to do some animation, and Mike Walling from Bungie, he's worked on D2. I believe he's worked a bit on D1, Destiny 1, Destiny 2. Definitely Destiny 2. But he's also worked on The Croods and some other little movies. But yeah, he's supposed to be coming in and doing a Q&A. So he's going to be talking about his realmonster.com, real-monster.com, which is in the About section on my page. He's also going to be doing, aside from the Q&A, aside from talking about Real Monster, he's going to be doing like a Q&A with everybody, and I'll see if he'll be able to do, like, depending on how many people we have, if he can do like a section where he reviews some of the work and gives some tips and stuff. Yeah, it should be really cool. That was unplanned. So there we go. Hit the wrong button and close the window with the music. Let me open it up here. And this is some of the stuff for his site. Destiny 2, The Croods, Surf's Up. Looks like Kung Fu Panda. Yep. So those are some of the ones that he had worked on. And he's going to come in. I just spoke with him today. But he's going to come in and do some Q&A. And like I said, you know, talk about Real Monster. And, you know, maybe do some reviews. The review stuff, I'm not sure about yet. But possibly we can get him to do that. And his animation course, I think you would like a lot. I think he's running a sale on it. I don't know. I'll double check. But I think he's running a possible sale on it. Here's the website. And he's super nice guy. You know, his whole idea is for, you know, getting people through the course to where they're very proficient in what they're doing. Hey, thanks for the follow, Alex. Appreciate it. He wants to get people through the course and get them proficient enough to where, you know, they'll be able to work in the industry. That's his goal, is, you know, so it's super nice to have somebody like that who, you know, wants to go ahead and give back. Hey, it's going pretty good. How are you?
Thank you for following.
That just scared the crap out of me. And of course, I don't know if you can see it. We have a tail. There's a fan over here. He's trying to help out. Thanks. Yeah, he's also like super annoying when it comes to, you know, UPS, the USPS, Amazon, anything like that. Like, the minute he sees the truck or hears the truck, he goes ballistic. But yeah, this is the scene that I was working on. Now I need to get used to the blender controls again. But this is a scene that I was working on to try to get a set ready for my next shot. The whole idea is basically to have it more like a kind of a sad, you know. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. And actually, I'll show you here. Shirt came in today. So I'm super excited about it. Got that in, and then on the back, have the stream URL listed. And had a few people pick some up. They're really enjoying them. Said that the quality is really nice. I like the quality of this one. It's if you go to the About section, I have some, what is it, yoga pants, which I'm not wearing the yoga pants, but we do have yoga pants, the stainless steel tumbler, the stainless steel water bottle. Both of those look really, really nice. And I'm going to pick up the stainless steel tumbler because I need a tumbler. And plus I want to kind of see how the logo looks on it. But we have some different t-shirts. And of course, you know, comes with stream perks and all that stuff. Thanks. I was like, I have to give props where it's due. Eric Webb, I have a link to him as well. And let's see, I keep forgetting I have a shout out. There you go. Yeah, Eric actually did the logo. Super, super, super nice guy. And I mean, his art is amazing. Yeah, we talked about the logo for a little bit. And, yeah, I told him I was going to do the skull with some headphones and a hat. You know, kind of like how it is now. But he said, well, what if we did a zombie? So he just started off, you know, blocking out the skull with the headset and the hat. And I said, the zombie idea sounds pretty cool. I said, could we do like a 3/4? So he did a front view and then he did a 3/4. When he did the 3/4, I was like, that's it. And he went ahead and he threw in, because I told him, you know, I have the Cintiq and stuff. And he threw in the Cintiq and just started going to town. It took him maybe like 30 minutes. And he knocked the logo out. Just no problem at all. So yeah, I would say if he, yeah, he did. He nailed it. Like no issues whatsoever. And I mean, his cost was very, very reasonable. And, you know, he said if there were any changes or anything, just let him know within a reasonable amount of time. But yeah, I mean, there's no changes. And the funny thing was, he went and looked at, I wasn't in there when he was doing the coloring. And I'd gone downstairs for a drink. I came back up and he'd gone through my Facebook, pulled a picture of my car, and started using the colors of my car as part of the logo, which is hilarious because the orange in the shirt, the yellowish orange, is the same color as my car. So he did a really great job on it. Yeah, I mean, he was super creative with it. And I mean, I couldn't ask for a better logo. But Taldon, being my mod, you need to get a t-shirt. No pressure. And actually you don't. I was just trying. Can't blame a guy for trying. Let's actually put some cuts in this. But yeah, he did such a good job. But yeah, Alex, were you in here when I was talking about Mike Walling and Real Monster? I need to put that on the... Okay. I don't know if you're interested in animation, but Mike Walling, I actually need to just add that to Nightbot or something. But he's going to be coming in and doing a Q&A. And it's going to be around therealmonster.com. It's real-monster and REEL. Actually... Thank you, sir. So he's going to be coming in. He had worked for Sony, Imagineering, Bungie on D2, some other companies as well. And he's going to be dropping in at some point. Not today, but we're going to schedule something to where we can do a Q&A with him and possibly have him give like some live feedback to people, you know, on different shots and stuff. That's kind of up in the air, the feedback part. Excuse me, but I already talked to him today about coming in. Yeah, definitely. Oops. Wrong one. But yeah, he's definitely a really good guy. And like I said, talked to him today about coming in and doing that. And he said, yeah, you know, he'd absolutely love it. So pretty excited to have him coming in. And we just need to figure out, you know, like what works best for everyone. So if it's during the week or if it's a weekend or whatnot, then we just need to figure that out. And I'll be posting something in my Discord. Taldon, do you have access to Moobot? I don't know if by default, if it takes mods and stuff and automatically adds them to the, what do you call it? To the mods for Moobot. do it this way. Put that in. Control E and slide. There's edge slide. I know it's in here. Edge slide. So that should make that one. Yep. Just say, hey, you. Hey, guy. Right? So take some of these edges, fill those in. And yeah, we need to get Michelle in some of the yoga pants that we have. Hint, hint. They're for sale on my website. Hint, hint. Hint, hint.
I just responded.
There she is. Yeah, she's literally like 6 feet away. Because, you know, COVID. Just saying. Alright, let's see how this looks. We'll give it a second to render out. Definitely need to add HDRI to it. And did you find out about MooBot? Tell them. And see, Alex, I actually have a benefit because I don't have to type his name. So it doesn't matter where I put the H. Okay, let me see. Let me check something real quick here. Bear with me. Okay, MooBot is listed. So let me check it real quick. Oh, okay. Display custom commands. Permission group.
My time is drawing thinner. I'm just a title sinner. No chips left on this shoulder. No pride in growing older.
Where was it that I have to go?
Your borrowed time.
Option to allow Twitch moderators by command.
I'll be with
Thank you.
redemption
Only visible when advanced options are visible.
no man can truly outlast.
I think that might be a purchase thing.
Past. There's no haven here for me that's safe from my memories. But when your borrowed time is through, I'll be with you. Redemption I'll be with you. Redemption
Yeah, I don't see anything in here for moderator. Hang on a sec. Eyes bugging me. Okay. Just permit. Yeah, I'll have to look through it, like, after the stream. I thought it was something that was gonna be right there where I could modify it. Let me see. Yeah, there's one. Yeah. Looks like it's in the paid version. So I'll take a look at that after the stream. And, you know, kind of see what I have to do. But I do like the, kind of like the grayish look to this. Working in Maya now, I'm trying to get reacclimated to Blender again. Come in and just do like this section here. Might bump that up to even to 15. Then we take the color. Kind of just tint it a little bit. I think that'll work. I really want to try using the Eevee render engine, because that would give us information in real time. I mean, it's not as clean. But I think there's something with Eevee that for like glass and stuff, it has to be set up for it in order to let the light, you know, come through the windows. But I do like the speed of it, because it definitely gives us a good idea of what it's going to look like. Yeah, it makes it really easy to do a preview and stuff too. So I wasn't sure, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate one of these, take it across on the X, scale it on the X, and I think I'm going to drop it right there. I know there was a way to get the 3D cursor like where you wanted it. But either way, come down here, we'll add another cube. Go to edit mode. That way we get the pivot point where we need it. bring it up there. And I think what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to go through and... Oh, okay. No problem. I think what I'm going to do with this is we're going to scale in Z. And I might even scale it down a little bit just to fit better. Scale it out just a little more. And this is going to be our record player. Where was the view? Align view to active. See, that's something that I need to get used to because on the old keyboard, I had the number pad. So basically I could go view, and there was a frame selected. There it is. So it was basically period on the number pad. But you can't really do that without it. So then we'll take this without remapping anyway. Scale that just a little bit. Kind of inset that a little bit. May actually take these right here. There we go. Need to turn that off too. edges. And what we'll do is we'll hold Control B. That's going to let us bevel these edges just a little bit. I'll do the same thing one more time. So we get some nice edges around there. And we're also going to do it around the top here. So cursor to selected. And then we'll go ahead and add a cylinder. Knock that down to 8. If you guys have any questions too, feel free to ask. And I really need to look and see what the old record players look like. So we'll go ahead and we'll Shift A, add another cylinder. Hey, creature, what's going on? Been a while. How's everything been? Oh no. What happened?
Should we be alarmed?
No.
Okay.
Oh no. Oh man. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Well, hopefully everybody's all right. Yeah, that... I don't know. Sounds like you got quite a bit going on there. Probably not. Okay, so this is kind of a cool little effect here. So I'm gonna do a circle. Then I'm gonna take that. Let's see, cursor to world origin. And then do selection to cursor. Because what we want is this guy right here. I'm gonna do the same. Cursor to selection to cursor. Move that off a little bit. Come down to the curve. And it's going to take me a second here because it was a little bit different in this one. Taper object. Actually, for this one, do the curve. Which that should work. I don't know why. Ah, taper. We don't want to taper, we want to bevel.
No pride and growing older, but when your borrowed time is through, I'll be
We'll get rid of that one. Object. What do I want here?
redemption.
So it's kind of interesting way of adding things to it. Move that up.
No man can truly outlast all the mistakes of his past.
And there was full cap.
Here for me, that's safe from my memories. But when your borrowed time is through,
It looks like it's filling the cap here.
I'll be with you. Redemption. I'll be with you.
And I'm not sure why it's filling that. Full caps is on now. Okay, there we go. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, I don't think I would. So yeah, the cool thing about this is you can take create a nice arc here. Go in between those. That wasn't what I wanted. Subdivide it though. Interesting. So now I'll take and go to solid. Alt S. And we'll go wireframe. I want it somewhere over in here. Take these, subdivide them. So this makes it really nice to be able to have make curves and stuff super quick. I might come in between these, do another subdivide, and then that way I can tweak this just a little bit. And I think I might have that on the wrong side. We'll have to see. I probably should have looked at a reference. Actually, take this over to cycles. Huh? Do what? I like my zombie. Had to close my zombie. This is PG-13. Trust me. I'm sure most of the chat just busted up laughing. Alright, so let's see what we can do here. I'm going to add a new material to this. And I probably want to save, because that's important. So we want to leave spec up. Go with the metal. Take the roughness down a little. Increase some of the antiscopic. Maybe adjust the rotation a little bit. Looks a little better. See if we can get kind of a brassy color. Oh yeah, no, not that. That's kind of what I'm looking for. So we go something in that area. And I'm not looking for exact. I think I'm gonna scale this down a little bit. And I may put something just to help hold this. Hold that horn there a little bit better. Instead of just having it stuck to this one little area. And what I'm looking at is the overall size of it. Because I think the bases might be a little big and the record player as well. You know, looking at the size of the door in comparison. So I think we'll take these, actually take them individually, scale those down. Then I'm gonna go ahead and join these together. So the way you do that, you select one object, select the next one, Control J, and Actually, I need to apply. Hey, welcome back. Apply that. Yeah, I was going through and starting to join stuff together. See if I can join those. I don't think I like that. Make the motion capture video. Motion capture video. Dude, there isn't going to be any motion capture. Nice try. You know I animate by hand. I don't use motion capture.
No chips left on this shoulder. No pride in growing older.
And to be honest, I haven't used motion capture yet. Obviously, the mentors that I have, they've used motion capture, but I haven't had a chance to play with it. One of the things that I was looking at in that aspect was the mocap stuff that they have is like, you have to do so much cleanup to it. So when you go through, the motion capture pretty much does like every single frame. It's like you bake out an animation, you have every frame that is keyed. So in motion capture, if you wanted to change something, then you would have to go through and pretty much cut out that bit of animation, depending on what you're trying to do. I think that looks better, a little more realistic. I think I'm going to change the color of it though. Have you tried any of the mocap stuff in Blender? I do not like the color of that. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I kind of like it better, more of a silver color. I think that looks a lot better. I may need to modify... I may need to modify the geo as far as how heavy that horn object is. And I may need to make the door bigger too. I don't know, because it's actually about the right size. I just may need to resize the bookshelves and the stand. Ultimately, what I should do, just kind of thinking this through, is I should go through and do like get the actual measurements for the door, get the actual measurements for a bay window, and for the stands and stuff, and have it accurate. Because the vases, they look about right, and the record player looks about right, but then the stands, they look a little too big, and the door looks like it could be a little bit taller and just a hair wider, because our character coming in would be about that tall. Or as an older guy, he'd be about that tall. So yeah, these need to be shrunk down in Z, or scaled in Z, which Z is up in Blender. So it's a little confusing on the Maya side. But I think it's looking pretty decent. Because like I said, this here is going to be the set for the next animation. But yeah, Taldon, the answer to your question, basically it's going to be shooting reference and then doing the planning. And, you know, kind of trying to get the pantomime stuff going. So once the character comes in, they're gonna be kind of sad, and, you know, he might like walk across, you know, pick up a record or something on his way, you know, set it back down, you know, like he's not interested, and then, you know, walk over in this area, and I'm thinking about having a chair over here or on the opposite side of him that has like mail, books, you know, maybe a package, and then, you know, have a few things like over on this end of the table, so it kind of sprawls around the table but just leaves an area where he can eat. And ultimately, I just want to take this and, you know, have something that looks really decent. You know, that I can also use for like a demo reel. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, basically the whole premise of it is that he's sad that, you know, he lost his partner, and, you know, put like a picture over here, maybe a picture over here, like 2 or 3 pictures on the wall, and the vibe that I'm trying to give off is like right off the bat, you're not going to see him because he's going to be outside. So I want to be able to kind of convey the feeling of, you know, empty, but still like have some kind of vibe that, you know, it's not manly, you know, which is why I kind of went with this color for the vases. Yeah, and that's also why I went with kind of muted tones for the curtains. And I was thinking about doing wilted flowers. Yeah, like maybe 1 or 2 that are still good, but then the rest of them are wilted. And the way that it looks right now, yeah, you can, I still need to add the arm to play on the record player. Actually, let's look that up, because I don't know what the old record players look like. Okay, so it looks like the old record players, funny enough, found one on Wayfair. So it looks like this part comes down and that attaches to the needle. So then the needle would come out this way to the right. So I think if we go ahead and put that in there, then, you know, that would kind of help as far as selling it, you know, as a record player. But yeah, basically his partner has passed and he just a really like somber, heartfelt animation, I guess. Trying to think of better term for it, but and then what I was thinking about using for music on it was more like classical. Yeah, because okay, so a little insight. My last mentor, well, my most recent mentor, had worked on Avengers Endgame. And one of the things that he pointed out, the shot that he worked on, was the moment when, and spoiler alert, if anybody's seen or not seen Avengers Endgame, mute now. So I'll give you a couple seconds. Okay. So basically what he did was, when Captain America is near the, I think it's near the end of the movie, Captain America and Thanos are in that field, and you see all the enemies start to disintegrate, and then Thanos kind of looks around, does like a 360. It cuts to Captain America looking at him, and then cuts back to Thanos, and he just, you know, like sighing in defeat. And then he sits down, you know, and kind of slumps over a little bit, and then he disintegrates. Well, that was done by my previous mentor, Sidney Combo. And Sidney was telling us that we had to do pantomime shots. And he said the best way to do a pantomime shot is to tell a story without saying anything. So that was kind of like an idea for me to kind of branch off of that and telling a story with realistic movements without any dialogue. That's my next class, is actually acting for animation. So basically I need to, right, exactly. And if you watch that one scene, like just seeing how much they tell you without saying anything is huge. So it's like in this shot here, or this scene, you know, having the record player, and of course this is just a temporary material. I was going to go ahead and kind of dirty it up a little bit, sculpt on it just a touch, you know, give it some more details. But you know, having some wilted flowers, you know, with one or two that are still good, and then having, you know, some material over here, you know, like I said, boxes or mail, things like that, that kind of cover an area that he doesn't sit at. So he'll sit like right in here, so he's facing camera, and then have this area clear, but then, you know, it kind of stacks up as it gets closer and closer to another chair. So you could look at the scene and see the second chair, you know, see the pictures and, you know, things like that, and get a really quick judgment of, okay, you know, something happened, you know, he's by himself, he's sad, and you can pretty much start piecing things together really quick. And that door size is really bugging me. So yeah, this all needs to be resized. And that's also why I didn't go with like a yellowish morning tint. You know, I'll probably end up picking up like an HDRI that's more like overcast, you know, things like that. Oh, I heard the dog in front of the door. It should be fun to animate too. But yeah, definitely after looking at everything, I'm gonna have to resize some of this. I think that looks about the right size. It'd be easier to put the pivot point on the floor. But yeah, I meant to ask you, you're interested in the Q&A with Mike though, right? Okay, cool. Is there a time and stuff that works best for you? Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about, because I haven't told him a time yet. I was thinking about maybe, that looks so much better. Maybe about like doing it on a Friday. Because then that way, you know, people don't have to get up in the morning that are, you know, over in England and stuff. And, you know, if we could do it either Friday evening or if we could do it Saturday when people don't have to get up on Sunday. That there. Yeah, proportion wise, that looks a lot better. Looks like it fits. May actually scoot it over. There we go. Yeah, that works. But yeah, I'll go through and actually it's 8:30 now. I'll go ahead and text him. This weekend's my birthday, so I don't think we'll do it this weekend. We might do it Saturday. But yeah, I'll just have to see what's going on. If anything, thanks, man. If anything, then I can go ahead and we can set it up for next weekend. That'll give him time to plan for stuff. That'll give everybody else a chance to, you know, kind of get settled in. And, you know, if they want to do any animating or poses or anything like that, then they'd be able to. And I don't know yet if he's gonna do critiques, like just on the fly critiques, but if he agrees to it, I'll definitely post something on my Facebook. And I should have the link to Facebook. Should be on the About section. If you wouldn't mind checking that real quick. Because I think it's under the socials on the About section on the right-hand side. 8 and 8. And we'll throw a subdivision on this. Yeah, I like how that's looking. Nah, I hear you. Yeah, I'm gonna post it there. Post it on my Discord. And oh, cool, thanks. I'm gonna post it on the Facebook. I'm gonna post it on Discord, and I'll probably post it on Twitter too, or Instagram. I don't know if I have my Twitter on the about or not. I don't use Twitter that much, but I may use it for posting about Mike coming and doing the Q&A stuff. And with that, I think I'm gonna change the color of it even more. Yeah, I do like this. It's kind of a monotone, and I think that's working pretty good. I think resizing it was a good call. It doesn't look overblown anymore and disproportionate. And then we'll add some more details to the door. I don't know. What do you guys think? Because you heard kind of the basis of what I'm going for. So what do you guys think as far as maybe on this side have some wilted flowers or whatever plant, and then on this side have some that are wilted, and then have like 2 or 3 that are still good? Yeah, 2 or 3 flowers along with the wilted ones to kind of symbolize, you know, that no matter what, you know, there's still a little bit of life going on there. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll go that route then. Because I really do think that it... I mean, the flowers are going to be a big part of it. Of course, it'll look a lot better once it's completely rendered. And, I mean, right now I think we're at 128. It's still really noisy. But that's kind of why I put one vase on this side in the shadow and one vase over here in the light. And put one big one of color than the rest. I like that. Just kind of thinking that through. Yeah, because I could put one kind of leaning this way, or kind of leaning over this way, and then because I'm trying to think of flow too. Because right now, with this having an arc towards a door, because your eyes go to the window first, and then you kind of go over to the door. Because everything's kind of slanted that direction. Yeah, yeah. I'm going to adjust it too, because right now it's definitely too thin as far as the actual width of it in comparison to the doorknob. So I'm going to go ahead and just widen it out a little bit more. And I might take this glass and move that up a little bit. Give a little bit more space. But yeah, the door is going to be changed texture wise. The whole thing is going to be different. The textures that are in there right now are just for concept. The only ones that might actually stay would probably be the vases. Yeah, I agree with that. I think the doorknob should be like up here. I was, looking at the doors behind me. Yeah, it should be about halfway up. So it should be right about in here. So yeah, that'll... Yeah. Because right now he would have to reach way down to, like, open the door. So I'll have to fix that. I mean, overall, I like how the scene's coming together. And I think, you know, once I get to the point where I'm happy with the block out of it, then I'm gonna go ahead. Thanks, I appreciate that. I think I'm gonna do like where is it? I think I'm gonna do this number. So I'll take and do like a darker phonograph. I might actually, maybe not, clip this. Put that on there. I don't know, because, you know, copyright. Or trademark. But I'm definitely adding this piece and the arm that comes out. But yeah, I think once I get done with the mock-up, then I'll go ahead and I'll add like the ribbing to it and the little curves on the outside. I think that'll sell it a lot better. And there's different variations on that. Right now, it's just what comes to mind. Because the thing that I have to do is working in Mike's course. Basically, it's kind of like Animation Mentor. So you come up with an idea, you come up with different beats of the scene. So a beat would be an action. So like the character comes into the room, and then that's one beat. How he comes into the room is totally up to the animator. You know, that could be any way. He could crawl in, he could, you know, happily bounce in. There's a whole bunch of different ways he could enter, but no matter what, he has to enter the room. And then from entering the room, what's he do next? You know, what's his next action? And what's the intent behind the action? So the intent could be he wants to remember something, you know, about the person that he used to be with. So, you know, maybe he comes over and, you know, picks up a record that's laying down here or something like that. Gramophone. Yes, that's actually the word that I was looking for. But yeah. And I mean, it could be just that too. You know, that he goes ahead, he or she, you know, takes a record out, which I'd have to probably buy a record, because it's been so long since I've actually taken a record out of the sleeve. And I know there's actually two parts to it. Is that you would have to take it out of the sleeve, and then you take it out of the protective sleeve. So I would have to figure out if I wanted to do both the protective sleeve and the regular sleeve, or if I just wanted to do one. That's something I actually have to look at, because I don't think the older records had this secondary inner sleeve to protect the record. I'm not sure. So yeah, I'd have to look at that and see if that's actually the case. But something that you guys might find interesting, along with the record player idea, is let's go to Wireframe. Yeah, exactly. So the cool thing here, once I get my fingers in the right place, and let me turn this into a viewport, and we'll go solid. Just look at the horn here. So this is why I like working with NURBS. Frame selected. So I should be able to select all these. I really wish Blender wouldn't do that. They actually changed some of the mapping on the keys in the newer versions. So now to subdivide, you have to right click and then go to subdivide. It used to be you hit W. And we can do it again. Excuse me. We can do it again. Subdivide. So now, if we select every other one, then we scale. Notice what it did to our horn. Immediate detail. Yeah, it's awesome. And the thing is, you can actually take these and you can adjust the ends. I think it's V. Vector. Was it free? I think it was free, but yeah, there we go. So we can take these and sharpen them up. And then you see how, like right here, you can see the difference as far as what these do. And I definitely want to get top view. So we go to view. Top. There we go. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. So I'll show you here. So basically what I did, and I really need to cut down the geo here, is you see the spline here. That's the spline. So the cool thing about this is if I don't like how this is and I want to change it, then I can adjust it. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is really similar. Yeah, I can make a better curve. And you can subdivide it and things like that too. And the really cool thing is, like, if I wanted to take this and, you know, add more details to it, then if I come down to this one, I really need to get a numpad. So we'll do view top. So if I go into edit mode here, yeah, I used 3ds Max a long time ago, and it is similar to the loft modifier. So if I wanted to come in here, and I'll just take the whole thing, Shift D to duplicate it. Shift D duplicate. And I mean, that quick we have a ton of detail. And this is really a great way of doing hair too, because you can take, we'll just add another circle and scale that sucker way down. And grab that, pull it out here. So you can see, you know, right off the bat, you know, we're adding all these individual strands, more or less. And you're also adding interest to it. And the cool thing is that, yeah, absolutely. So if you go ahead and you create like your base for hair, and then you lay out like, you know, we'll take a quick detour here. Let's see. Yeah, no. Let's see, images. So here's a good example. So you see how you could draw out like this big section here and how it comes up. And then you have another one coming down here, another big patch coming here, one here, and so on. So you could lay all those out, and then once you get done laying them out, then you start adding smaller strands, and then you add smaller strands to that, and then if you wanted to add like the flyaways, then you could do some additional ones here and there and really build up the hair. And the thing about it as well, and I'm just gonna select these here, and delete those. And let's see, we want to come in here, go to our curve, and then we'll go into wireframe. Now, resolution in U is going to do your length. So the other thing that you have to do, it's going to derez a little bit, come down to this one that you're using as a taper, and that also has a resolution. So we'll take a look. So as I take that down, that also derezes. So then I can go back to this one and, okay, well, maybe I want to go down just to 1. And then for this one, we'll go, yeah, maybe at 1. So we'll do a 1 by 1. So then you could do that for your hair, and then when you get ready to go ahead and do like the final render, then you could bump that up, you know, to 2 or, you know, whatever you wanted in just the shape. Yeah, maybe 3. Then you come back to this one. Yeah, bump that up a little bit, and then shade smooth. So if we look at it in solid view, it's a little choppy, but, you know, bump it up to 3, take this one, maybe bump that up to 4, get some of the details back. And you could always throw like a subsurf modifier on it. And then just, man, I'm getting so used to 3ds Max, or 3ds Max, Maya. But it does have a lot of potential. And it's a lot easier to use this than it is to try to use some form of, you know, like XGen or, you know, like ZBrush hair. It's just a lot quicker. Plus, it's easier to place those larger clumps of hair. Because, I mean, you do realize, just for this, how long it would take me to do this. Yeah, exactly. And if I tried to do this with traditional modeling without using this little trick, I'd be here all day. But making nice looking hair, you know, with this trick is so great. Because you can even take and, like, if you wanted to twist them together, then it's a lot easier just to take and, you know, subdivide, move one forward, move one back, and then interweave them, and then add a taper, and then add different circles to it. And it's not just circles. You can add, you know, anything you want, you know, as long as it's NURB. Okay.
I started to put it in the chat box.
Well, you could have. I'm reading it. So I was just told if you can read that, which I thought, well, there we go.
My time is drawing thinner. I'm just a tired old sinner.
So
Chips left on
I just got my little message here that dinner is ready whenever I am.
an odor. But when your borrowed time is through,
But yeah, I think
I'll be with you.
do you still have 3ds Max, or are you? I have a few minutes here. But are you still doing? Okay. Did they go to the subscription plan as well, or? Gotcha. Do they still have the subscription for 3DS as well as Maya? Because I know Maya went to like the $200 or $300 a year. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I like Blender for modeling. Because, I mean, obviously, you know, it gives good results. And, you know, the price point is right. I mean, the curtains can be better. That's just a different way of setting them up. So they actually fold the way that they should. This was super quick. But, yeah, I mean, I'm almost tempted to go ahead and purchase the indie license for Maya. And the reason that I say that is because there's quite a few things. I always wondered why they have two different packages. Because Alias owned Maya. And I don't remember who owned 3ds Max. But I know Alias owned Maya. And Autodesk bought out Alias. And the reason I remember that is because I had Alias Maya back in the day, and the customer service was amazing. Yeah, they bought out Autodesk, or they bought out Alias, and Alias's customer service was just phenomenal. You could call them up and say, hey, you know, here's an issue that I'm having. And you would actually speak to either a developer or a high-end tech. And they didn't charge you an arm and a leg. You know, it was, you bought the application. And I think it was like $200-300. And then Autodesk bought Maya. And they had the free student license, and then people were taking advantage of it, and then they were like, no, and ended up charging for everything now. And their customer service, as far as the support of Maya, just really wasn't there. And one of the things that kind of really made me think twice about it was there was a artist, character designer from ILM, and he was trying to use Maya between Maya and ZBrush, because what he was doing was he wanted to sculpt his character, have it rigged, but if you make any changes, then you have to break the rig, you have to put it back in T-pose, and then you have to like do a whole bunch of work and all that, and then you have to re-rig it, put it back in the pose. And he just wanted something that simply you make your character, you put it in like whatever pose, and it's something that you can turn on and off. So you could go in, you could sculpt on it, you can make changes, and then you re-enable your armature, and bam, you're right back into pose mode. Super helpful for character designers, especially when you're trying to show to like a director or your lead or whatnot. And he was saying that he worked with the guys over at Autodesk trying to figure that out. And after like a week or two, they were like, yeah, there's absolutely no way you can do that. So he went, picked up Blender, and like within 30 minutes, he was doing what he wanted to in the first place. So he was super impressed with it. And then he started doing his storyboards and stuff with it. And he made like this whole 2D storyboard, animated and everything, in Blender using the grease pencil. So yeah, it was really interesting to hear that. And it was also really cool to see somebody in the industry using Blender in that way. I think it was the Blender conference from 2020. Beacon 2020. Let me see. Because if I'm not mistaken, it had... Let me see. I can find it real quick. Might have been 2018. It had an orange look to it. It was like a orange with a like tangerine. Front image. Check YouTube real quick. Would have been 2018. Yep.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I think this is it. There you go. But yeah, it was. If that wasn't the one, then I can do a little bit more digging. But you might find it too by Blender Conference ILM. But specifically, he was working on Jurassic Park, and he was working on the dinosaurs, the raptors, and basically trying to get the design and everything of the raptors down. And he was having to go back and forth with the art directors a little bit, you know, and pose the character out and all that. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and eat. I could probably go on for another 2-3 hours, but I'm gonna go ahead and grab something to eat real quick, and I'll probably come back up and do some more streaming. But yeah, check that video out. And like I said, on the about section, we have the new merch. We also have I might post on there when we have Mike, or when I get Mike set up from Real Monster for his Q&A. And yeah, feel free to join my Discord. Yeah, I post a bunch of stuff over there as well. That should have popped something up. Why didn't that work? If I capitalize it. I don't know, it's the first time that I'm using the Discord command. And my moderator is AFK, apparently. Talbon. Alright, cool. But yeah, I'll post some more information and stuff on there. And like I said, I'll probably come in, do a little bit more modeling. I need to add some chairs, some books. I might actually add like a rocking chair or something. Yeah, I think so too. He's supposed to be my mod. I don't know, Alex. Do you think that we should demod him and give you his mod spot? You know, since he's fallen asleep. I'm trying to like give him enough crap to where he comes back and like gets his attention. Yeah, he must have fell asleep hard. Plus, I think he said earlier that oh. Yes, it is. Oh, yeah, he did say that he was going to sleep. Yep, you're right. Man, I can't give him a hard time then. Good catch, though. Alright, like I said, I'm going to go ahead and grab something to eat, and then we'll see about coming back and doing some more on this. But I appreciate you hanging out and stuff, too. Alright, you too. And we'll see you guys maybe soon. If not, probably tomorrow.